Good morning and welcome to the MCA grounds here in Colombo, Sri Lanka. From whichever part of the world you may be joining us as a cricket fan, it's time for some cricket here today. It's the MCA Premier League by Link Natural, where Nawaloka Hospital will be taking on DFCC Bank in the B Division game today. Well, both teams have been in superb form this season, so we are in for some top quality cricket. Well, talking about the skies, it's a bit gloomy over here, but thankfully there is no immediate threat of any kind of rain. The atmosphere is building. The players are warming up as well in the middle. So we are all set for what could be a nail-biting encounter here today. Right then, well, it's time for the most important toss, and the toss would definitely play a big role in deciding today's game. Let's head back down to the middle, where Ricky is ready with the two captains and the match officials.
It's a toss time here at the MCA for today's game. We have the two captains for DFCC and Nawaloka for DFCC. Chamod Wickramasinghe for Nawaloka, Sumit Ruberu, and our match referee for today, Mr. Upali Varnapura. We will have the toss. Sumit will toss the coin. Heads is the call. Tails have come down. Samit, you have won the toss. Mokadda karanna kalpanawa?
අපි බැට් කරනවා මේ ටොස් එක දීලා බැට් කරනවා.
විශේෂ හේතුවක් තියෙනවද ඒ ගැන සර්ෆස් එක නිසාද?
ඔව් අපේ ටීම් ප්ලේයර්ස් ලගෙන් ඔක්කොම අපි ඩිස්කස් කරලා ගත්ත ඩිසිෂන් එකක්. මොකද උදේ විකට් එකේ මේ පොඩක් හවස් විකට් එක කැපෙයි කියන එක අපේ ඔළුවේ තියෙනවා. ඒ හින්දා උදේ බැට් කරනවා කියන එක අපි ඩිසයිඩ් කරා.
ඊයේත් මේ සර්ෆස් එකම තමයි පාවිච්චි කරේ 270 ප්ලස් ස්කෝර් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඔයා හිතන විදිහට අද මොකක්ද හොඳ ස්කෝර් එකක්?
අපි 270කට එහා ස්කෝර් එකක් ගහන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. අපේ හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඉන්නවා. ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් ගහපු, නැෂනල් ගහපු. ඒ හින්දා අපිට කරගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ ටාගට් එකට යන්න පුළුවන්.
Good luck. චමොද ඔයාට ටොස් එක දෙන්න මොනවද කරන්න කවුද?
අපි ඇතන ෆීල් කරන දැන් බලාපොරොත්තු හිටියේ. ඉතින් ටොස් එකේ ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ අපිට හිතපු දේ හම්බුණා.
සමිත් කිව්වා 270ක් ප්ලස් ස්කෝර් එකක්. ඔයා හිතන්නේ මොනවාද හොඳ ස්කෝර් එකක් මේකේ රිස්ට්‍රික්ට් කරලා චේස් කරන්න?
ඔව් අපි පොඩි ප්ලෑන්ස් ටිකක් තියෙනවා. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් 200 කිට්ටුව අපි රෙස්ට්‍රික්ට් කරලා තියාගන්න දැන් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. සෝ අපේ ප්ලෑන්ස් ටික වර්ක් අවුට් කරන්න තමයි බලාගෙන ඉන්නේ.
ඉම්පෝටන්ට් මැච් එකක් ටීම්ස් දෙකටම සෙකන්ඩ් ප්ලේස් ෆිනිෂ් කරන්න නේද?
දෙගොල්ලන්ටම මේ එක වගේ ඉන්නේ මේ මැච් එක දිනන කට්ටිය සෙකන්ඩ් ප්ලේස් එකට එනවා. ඉතින් ඉම්පෝටන්ට් මැච් එකක් කට්ටිය හොඳට කරන්න අපි කට්ටිය බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා.
Good luck, Chamod.
Thank you.
So there you go. Nawaloka have won the toss and elected to bat first.
That's the news from the centre. Nawaloka winning the toss and deciding to bat first. So here's a quick look at the team cards. Very strong lineups for Nawaloka and TFCC Bank. Both these teams have been on top form, and especially while Ricky was talking to the captains, both captains are happy today with the decision that they have in the middle, because the skipper of Nawaloka, he decided to bat first. He was telling Ricky that he's looking for a total somewhere around 270 plus. But on the other hand, the DFCC skipper, he was happy with the decision as well, because he wanted to bowl first in the surface. So we do have two happy captains today who are happy with the decision, how the toss happened in the middle. So no doubts it's going to be a cracking game here. Yesterday we had a high scoring game here today as well. Unfortunately, Singer Sri Lanka could not chase down the total posted by Expo Lanka Holding. It was an intense game, I need to tell you that. Expo Lanka managing to score 266 runs, and Singer Sri Lanka, at one point they just required 40 runs or 40 deliveries with 4 wickets in hand, but ending to be on the losing side by 10 runs. How unfortunate was that? So far this tournament has given us everything we need as a cricket fan. Here you see the two opening batters walking out to the middle, pretty confident about the decision, especially the skipper. He was very clear about the decision. He was specific that they had a chat among the team members, and everyone did agree to bat first on the surface, and fair enough, because looking at the game that happened yesterday as well, the team batting first, they did pose a total of 266 runs, and more importantly, Nawaloka, they have a strong batting lineup, so batting first would definitely help them in today's game. On the other hand, DFCC, yes, they're coming back very strong today. They did manage to win that game against Sri Lanka the other day, where they chased down 233 runs in 39.4 overs. What a performance it was. That happened on 7th of August. Same ground, same pitch. So they are very much aware of the conditions of this ground here in Colombo. So DFCC, they would definitely fancy their chances to chase down any total. Talking to the skipper during the toss, he mentioned that they will try and restrict the opponents for a total below 200 runs. If they could, that would be fantastic. Well, talking about the surrounding, it is a bit gloomy. There is a bit of clouds running around the grounds, but I need to tell you that we do not have any kind of threat of rain at the moment. At the moment, it looks nice and decent. We should definitely have a full days of cricket here, and especially with the qualifiers and the playoffs happening in the coming week, this game would be definitely important for both these teams. Well, we all are set in the middle here today. Opening bowler, right arm fast bowler, ready to start off proceedings. The batters making sure they're getting themselves warmed up. Umpires are ready, just making sure that the scorers are ready as well. We do have the green light from the scorers as well, so we are all set for the very first delivery of this cracking game to be between these two teams here today. Right, here's the first delivery of the day. In line with the stumps. Good start from Nipun Premaratna. He's a very, very talented young left-arm fast bowler. If you did see that very first delivery, he was on the money. Tees and line and length. Very confident about what he's working on. Looking at the surface, there is a little bit of grass covering as well. Looking at the figures, 37 matches. Look at the best bowling figures, 7 for 30 runs. That's brilliant. As an opening fast bowler, I need to tell you that. This time, straight down the leg side. Samira Kandanarachi flicks it beautifully down to the square leg boundary for 4 runs to start off proceedings for Nawaloka Hospital. Bit of late in swing, but unfortunately, just straying down the leg side a little bit. No second invitation required for Samir. Beautifully flicked it. We do have a deep fine leg fielder in place, but it just manages to pierce that gap between short square leg and deep fine leg. Good comeback by Nipun Premaratna. That's the exact line and length he needs to be bowling. Especially with the new cherry in hand, you can't afford to stray down the leg side or bowl in line with the pads. You need to make sure that you pull that 4th stump line. Create that doubt in the batter whether he needs to be playing it outside the off stump. Get him to drive outside the off stump. We do have a couple of slips waiting for that. That was a cracking shot. Bit of misfield as well. Bit of work for the fielder. Batters will settle down for a couple of runs. Good running between the wickets. Now, looking at Samin Kandanarachi, I'm telling you, the couple of shots that he has already played in this over, he looks very, very confident. Look at that, full outside the off stump. Nicely driven, bit of uneven bounce. Samin Kandanarachi, one onto the pads, one outside the off stump. Both deliveries very well negotiated. Good start, good positive start. Well, Nipun Prem Ratna goes short at Samin Kandanarachi, inviting him to probably pull a hook. Usually, fast bowlers, they tend to do this after being driven probably through the offside or maybe down the ground. He used to go bang bang, short, targeting your shoulders. Good comeback from Nipun Prem Ratna. He's a very talented young bowler. This is what I was talking about. Well, once again, a good delivery to end the very first over. 6 without loss. Here's a quick look at the scorecard. Just the first over. Nothing much to talk about it. Just the 6 runs. Samit Ruberu, another talented batter. 52 matches, almost closing that 1,000-run mark. Should be proud about himself, just a 2-run short of achieving that important milestone, especially as a opening batter. 1,000 runs under your name, that's always a special achievement. Ravindra Ratnayaka, another decent campaigner for DFCC Bank. Best bowling figures of 4 for 28. And being an opening bowler, look at that economy. That's what I'm impressed about. 4.72. Bowling at the death as well. Short delivery start off it. Just the 1 run added to the total. Well, it has been a very decent start from Nawaloka Hospital. 7 without loss, especially Samin Kandanarachi looks very promising. Especially the shots that he did play during the first over. He looks in good touch. It's very evident when you see a batter middling the first couple of deliveries that he faces in his innings. That tells that he is in good form. Well, Ravindra Ratnayaka asking questions from Samin Kandanarachi. That was a brilliant delivery. That is the exact line and length you need to be bowling if you are an opening bowler. Any youngsters out there, if you're just wondering what a fast bowler should be doing during the first 45 hours to 1 hour of play with the new cherry in hand, that is exactly what you need to be doing. Perfect line and length. Well, too much of praises to the bowler. Easy pickings for Samin Kandanarachi. Flicks it down to the boundary. Probably 4 runs. Let's wait and see what the umpire would decide. Yeah, 4 runs given. Brilliant shot for Samin Kandanarachi. Once again, staying onto the pads. He did bowl a brilliant delivery the previous one, but this time asking for trouble. We did see the ball holding up a little bit closer to the boundary. Probably there was a little bit of showers during the last evening. Maybe a bit soggy around the boundary. That's it. That's the first wicket down for Nawaloka Hospital. DFCC Bank gets the big fish. Samin Kandanarachi, flashing blade, gets that thick outside edge. Early dividends paid for Tharindu Suraj. Hint of a movement outside the off stump, but not the type of delivery you need to be getting dismissed. First wicket down. Kandanarachi, after a good start, makes that long walk back for 10. Nawaloka 11 for the loss of 1 wicket. Here's a quick look at that previous wicket. Short wide outside the off stump. Tries to cut, but the shot was on. I need to tell you that Sami Kandanarachi missed out on a golden opportunity. It was short wide outside the off stump. Not the delivery that you need to be losing a wicket. But I just for a moment think Tharindu Suraj got a bit of extra bounce, which caused all the problem. Rio Francisco, another very talented batter for Nawaloka Hospital. I'm telling you, the Nawaloka Hospital team, they're full of talented young batters. A strong batting lineup. Good one to start off for Leo Francisco. Tharindu Suraj, he should be pumped up. No matter how you get the wicket, as long as you manage to get a breakthrough, especially during the first 45 to 1 hours of play, when the ball is new, when you could get the ball to move around a little bit, get that late swing, try and get the ball to bounce off the surface a little bit as well. Well, that might have felt good on Leo Francisco's bat. Good one to finish the over. 2 done. Nawaloka Hospital 11 for 1. These two batters would have a special responsibility to try and be out there, especially after losing that early wicket. They can't afford to lose another wicket. It's a very important game to stay on top of the table. That was a brilliant delivery once again by Nipun Premaratna. Hint of a swing, angling in towards the right hand batter. Well, talking about left-hand bowlers, I need to tell you that I'm a very big fan of left-arm bowlers. Now, look at this delivery. Pitching in line of the off stump and getting that hint of a movement towards the right-hand batter. Reminds me of the legendary fast bowler, Sri Lankan fast bowler Chaminda Vaas, who used to do this on a regular basis. Loves bowling to right-hand batters up front. No foot movement from Samit Ruberu. He needs to work on that a little bit. That just went straight on. Hardly any movement this time around, but look at the feet. No feet movement at all. Trying to cut a ball which was almost on the driving length. And more importantly, the front foot planted. He is in danger, I'm telling you that. If he's trying to face the ball without any kind of foot movement, he would be in danger. Loud appeal. Probably the height also might be sliding down the leg a little bit. Once again, if you look at that replay, when we have it on screen, Samit Ruberu is hardly moving his feet. He's just planting his front foot and trying to swing the bat. Look at that. Once again, not the ideal length to be pulled. In fact, the height might have been the exact reason, but look at his batting stance. He's batting at least a foot and a half outside the batting crease as well. Well, no difference. Same thing happening around again by Samit Ruberu. No feet movement. Just planting his front foot and throwing his bat at the ball. Not sure if that's the correct tactic on a surface like this, especially a little bit of green grass on the surface as well, so you could expect the ball to move around and also a bit of bounce, as we did have in the previous over, which got the wicket of Kandanarachi. Once again, Samit Ruberu looks very uncomfortable out there. He's been surviving. I'm just wondering, how long could he survive? Look at that once again, no feet movement. Beautiful delivery coming into the right hand batter. Now, if I am Nipun Premaratne, what I would do is I will pull it a little bit more towards the batter. Get it a little bit in front of the eye line. He's bowling just short of length, which is taking the LBW option out at the moment. If you bowl it a little bit up front, he might get a breakthrough. That is the exact delivery I was talking about. Cleans him up. Castles him. What a delivery by Nipun Premaratne. Well, I feel proud about myself as well. This is exactly the delivery that I was talking about, that Nipun Premaratne should be bowling, because Samit Ruberu never brought his front foot in line with the ball. Look at that. Beautiful. What a delivery that was. Just a hint of a swing in towards the right hand batter and castles him. Second wicket down. Samit Ruberu's hard stay comes to an end. Goes over one. Nawaloka Hospital in deep trouble. 11 for 2. Here's a quick look at that replay. This is exactly what I was talking about. Pull it up front. You're surely going to get the breakthrough. Brilliant comeback from Ravindra Ratnayaka. Well, Nawaloka Hospital currently are in deep trouble, winning the toss, deciding to bat first. They wouldn't have expected this start, but if they had a closer look at the surface, they should have been more watchful. I need to tell you that, because I told this a couple of times as well. There is a little bit of green covering, so you need to let yourself get settled in. Especially Samin Kandanarachi, he looked very well settled, especially the very first over. He middled the ball a couple of times, but the undoing for him was he hardly had any patience. You need to let yourself in, understand the pace of the wicket, and then go after the bowlers. Huge responsibility on the shoulders of these two batters, Leo Francisco and Ravin Seya. Once again, two very, very talented batters. Ravin Seya, the new man to walk in. A bag of experience. Young, talented man. So, they need a partnership. They need to be at least out there up until the 20th over. 100 runs on the board. Beauty. Well, these two opening bowlers at the moment are running through the Nawaloka Hospital batters. Look at that delivery. Ideal length. Just creating that doubt in the batter's mind whether he should go onto the front foot or play in the back foot. Brilliant. This has been a brilliant start by both these opening bowlers, picking up a wicket each. Quick single taken. Close call. If it was a direct hit, might have been very, very close for Ravin Seya. But more importantly, Leo Francisco took off and Ravin Seya responded. That is what is important. You need to trust your partner's call. Played with soft hands. Would have been close. Would have been close. Well, this is something these two batters could do. You might find it a little bit tough during the first hour of play to find those boundaries regularly. Let's look at these batter Ravin Seya. 22 matches, lots of experience. Try and get those singles. Try and hit the gaps. Loud appeal, probably sliding down the leg side. Look at the body language of the DFCC players. They are pumped up. They're looking for another wicket. They're going for the kill. This is brilliant. Very well done by the skipper and the team. Sliding down the leg side. Good decision by the umpire. This time going a little bit full. Drives on the outside. Just the one run of the fourth over. Nawaloka Hospitals 12 for 2. We're into the 5th over. It has been a brilliant start so far by DFCC. These two batters, they need to be very, very watchful. They're brilliant once again in line with the stumps. The important thing about these two opening bowlers, they have taken maximum use of this new cherry. They have never let the skipper down, and especially if you recall what the DFCC skipper did mention during the toss when Ricky was out there in the middle, he was happy with the decision. If he won the toss, he would have decided to bowl first. So these two opening bowlers, they have done just for the skipper's intentions. Brilliant. 3 deliveries in this over. On target, asking questions from Leo Francisco. Nawaloka Hospital, they need a partnership. These two batters, they can't afford to lose another wicket here. Try to play off this new ball. This time, it was 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. Beautiful from Leo Francisco. He might feel good about that as well. Pure timing. Textbook cover drive. Beautiful extensions of the arm. Bat coming through. Pierces the gap between mid-off and extra cover. Couldn't have asked for a better one. Just a little bit of pause for the cameraman as well. Good comeback by Nipun Premaratna. Looking at that previous boundary, I can tell you that Leo Francisco might have felt really good about himself, because that previous delivery met the bat on the sweetest spot of it and raced along to the boundary all along the ground. Trying for a pull, fails to make contact. 5 overs done. Nawaloka 16 for 2.
So 5 overs done, 16 for 2 at the moment after winning the toss. Nawaloka Hospitals in a bit of trouble. The first 5 overs, the bowlers have been very disciplined, but they have 2 most experienced players in the middle now. Leo Francisco, a lot of experience. Ravin Sayer, very good young player who has been around the domestic scene now for the last couple of years. So these 2 are their main players for Nawaloka. They need a foundation, they need a partnership. Ravindu Ratnayaka is operating 1 for 6. He's bowling well at the moment. For DFCC, he's another very good player. Ravindu Ratnayaka, good all-rounder. Can hit the ball a long way. We saw him at the domestic SLC Major Clubs tournament. We saw him in the MCA T10 tournament. Dot ball. So at the toss, the captain was looking for 250 plus. Well, they need a very good partnership here if they had to get this. This is the same surface that was used yesterday for the Sportylk Singa Sri Lanka game, which was a cracker. Singa Sri Lanka fell short by a few runs, chasing a big total of 283. Beautifully bowled. Change in his angle, coming round the wicket. Angling it across at the right hand. This is good bowling. You have to be a thinking bowler on these kinds of surfaces. A good batting track, shorter boundaries. So tactically, you have to be very shrewd as a bowler, as a captain. Two slips in position. Wrong line. Ravin Sayer puts that away to the boundary for 4. Once again, I think he was looking to angle it across at the right hand, but this one just straightened up a bit and was on the pads, on the leg stump. And that was easy pickings for Ravin Sayer. So that's a welcome boundary. That will give him some confidence. If you settle in there, runs will come. We saw that yesterday there were 2 90s. One for Kaushal playing for Sportylk, batting, opening the batting, batted the entire 50 overs, was unbeaten on 95 if I'm right yesterday. And then we had 2 good half centuries from Singa Sri Lanka as well in a quick time. So it's a good surface to bat if you keep your patience. Spinners will get some assistance, no doubt, but there wasn't a lot of turn yesterday. Maybe today in the second half. That's what the captain thought as well at the toss for Nawaloka. Oh, is that been dropped? That's a big moment in this game. Leo Francisco, the batter. Ravindu Ratnayaka inducing the outside edge. We'll take a look at that one once again. The last ball of the 6th over. Beautifully bowled. Angle across the left hand. That should have been taken. Oh, he's put down a simple straightforward chance at slip regulation. This is not good. He'll be really disappointed. I think that was a big one. He's a quality player, Leo Francisco, so you cannot put those down. 6 overs done, 21 for 2. So Nipun Premaratna will continue 1 for 10 of his first 3 overs. Left arm seamer. Good looking shot down the ground. That was in the slot. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Ravin Seya get a couple of runs. Good effort in the field. You thought that was 4 runs all the way, but the fielder from long on had some ground to cover. Did well to drag that in. That was the skipper Chamod. Had to put in the yards. He might lose a few kilos for that, no doubt about it, for that run. But that's the effort you need in the field. Every run counts. That was the drop chance. That was a crucial. Leo Francisco dropped that first slip. These two bowlers are bowling well. They're creating the opportunities. The fielders have to give them fuller support. Outside the off stump, Ravin Sey's eyes lit up soon as he saw the width. Goes for the bull. And that's a good hit by Ravin Seya. That's gone the distance. For a short while you thought the fielder might have a chance. But he's got enough of a bet on that one. He's an aggressive sort of player, Ravin Seya. He will not hold back. Nipun Premaratna really doesn't have the pace. When you're bowling the short delivery, if you don't get it right, he'll get punished. You could see, I think that was a slow short delivery. Just rolled his fingers, dragged it down. And the short boundary at MCA. To get a good piece of wood on it, it will travel the distance. Seven overs have been completed. Just one extra so far in this innings. 30 for the loss of 2 wickets. Samin Kandanarachi was out for 11 and he was out early. Then we lost the skipper Samit Ruberu as well. This partnership putting on some resistance. 19 of 24 so far. Charit Rajapaksa, Tharindu Suraj, Samilan Adish, Dilshan Aramba Gedara, Vikum Sanjay, Shanaka Devinder, Tushira Madanayaka, the players to follow for Nawaloka. outside the off stump, coming round the wicket. They'll be disappointed that that catch went down in the last over. They badly needed that one to try and put the brakes on Nawaloka. Just pushing and nudging at the moment. Quietly going about their work. Trying to build up a partnership. Ravin say the more aggressor in this partnership so far. Just short of a length. Soft hands pushed away on the offside. Leaves it outside the off stump. Shoulders, arms. Leo Francisco. He's a very good player when he gets going, but hasn't shown the consistency you need. I think that's what's been lacking. And what they need is Leo Francisco scoring runs regularly for whatever team he plays. It's good to see some very good players in this MCA Premier Tournament. And it's a Division B. Saw some first class players yesterday. Good to see some today as well. Very well bowled. Beautifully bowled by Ravindra Ratnayaka. He's bowling in the right areas. Generating a bit of bounce as well. That length is very crucial. If you can hit that length regularly, it's not easy for any of the batter, even for the best in the world. You see, angling across the left hand, and there's nothing much you could do about that. Eight overs done, 32 for 2. So there you go, Samin Kandanarachi out early for 10. Samit Ruberu didn't do much damage with the bat. Without for 1, bowled by Nipun Premaratna. So these two are the two main batters. And they have to make sure they get up and score some runs. Stand up today, put their hands up, put up a big partnership. It's a 50 over game, still 42 remaining, long way to go. So Nipun Premaratna 1 for 18 into his fifth over. A small hole up in play. There is a play at deep backward square leg. A fine leg is in the circle. So he's concentrating. Now he has to be careful if he's going to bowl there. Any part of her bat or even the pad that will go down to the boundary. With the left-hander, surprisingly, that his field, because his natural angle is into the left-hander and he doesn't have much protection. The early one called wide. So he has to concentrate outside the off stump. Oh, that reared back at Francisco. He's looking a bit uncomfortable out there in the center. He's been beaten. He's been dropped. You could see he's not really got the measure of the surface as yet or the bowling. You just feel something is on the cards. The way things have gone in the last couple of overs. One slip to Ravin Sayer. Backward point. Gully. And he was just looking to swing that off his presence. To the short delivery, you could see he opened himself up. His left leg went towards the leg side just to get that bit of room he was looking for to smash it through that mid-wicket region, but didn't time it at all. This is good attacking stuff by the two bowlers. They've been unlucky. Oh, once again, very, very lucky. Drops short of that fielder. There in the gully, just poking at it outside the off stump, and nothing shot by Ravin Sayer. He's in two minds whether to go full throttle and attack, whether to defend. You could see that was a half-hearted shot at the end. Nothing. First he was looking to probably hit it hard over the top. Then decided at the last moment to run it down to third man. Another short one, dug in. Called the no ball. That was the second for the over. Or is that overstepping? I think it's the overstepping. We'll take a look at that one. Umpire Upul Vavage and Nilan De Silva, the two officiating umpires for today. Hard to see from this angle. So misses out on that one. Ravin Sayer trying to put that away. Bangs it through the offside. Just a single. It's another good over so far. Keeping things really tight. Ratnayaka 1 for 13. 1 for 22 to Nupun Premaratna. 9 overs completed, 36 for 2. Just the 3 extras, so they've been very disciplined with the ball. Ratnayaka will bowl his 5th over. Clipped away. That could be 4. It is. Crosses the boundary. The fine leg was very fine, and he had no chance to get to that one. So strain down the leg side. Ravindra Ratnayaka. Ravin Sayer, he's looking good in this innings so far. Middle in the ball well. He's been the aggressor. You just feel that Ravindra Ratnayaka has bowled to the left-hander much better than the right-hander. His natural angle across the left hand has really troubled Leo Francisco. He was unlucky not to get him out. But Ravin Sayer tends to angle it in to the right hand onto his pads. A couple of deliveries now have been clipped away through the onside. See, now he's getting that additional production. The field has dropped down to deep backward square leg. The field at fine leg is up into the 30-yard circle. Oh, beautifully bowled. Probably the height too high, says the umpire. We'll take a look at that one. There you go. Yeah, way too high. Keep clipping the top of the pad flap. Would have gone over the stumps, but that was a very good delivery. Foolish delivery, watchfully played. End of the over, 10 overs, 40 for 2.
Ten overs done. Nawaloka Hospital 40 for the loss of 2 wickets. Well, the last 5 overs, it has been productive because at the end of 5 overs, they were 12 for 2, and the last 5 overs, they haven't lost a wicket, and they have managed to add 28 more runs as well. Good recovery from Nawaloka Hospital, but don't forget DFCC, they did drop an easy chance. So I'm just wondering how much that's going to pay at the end of the innings. It is a good partnership at the moment between these two batters, Leo Francisco and Ravin Sayer. We did see a few good shots as well. The 10-over power play done. The fielders could be moved around. We have a change in the bowling as well. Vinushka Silva, experienced campaigner, a touch expensive though, but impressive bowling figures. A best of 4 for 19. Leo Francisco has been out there for 19 deliveries, Ravin Sayer 26. So they have given themselves a chance to understand the conditions, to understand the pace of the wicket. And now they need to convert this stay into a long one. Nicely done. Now this is what they have been doing well, rotating the strike, which is very, very important, especially after losing a couple of wickets up front, especially the 2 opening batters. Samin Kandanarchi looked really good for his 10 runs, but unfortunately threw away his wicket, I would say. But now these 2 batters, they do have a responsibility. They have done the hard work. They have run the hard yards, especially these first 10 overs. They made sure not to lose another wicket. They should carry on this merry way up until at least the 20th over. Well, poor shot selection. Tries to swing across the line for a delivery way outside the off stump, called wide by the umpire as well. I'm not sure what he was trying to do. Rather, he could have tried to place it around the backward of point region, trying to pull it front of square. Beauty again. Lovely delivery from Vinushka Silva. Good comeback. Well, the important fact is there is still a little bit of movement left on this surface. We're almost completing the first hour of play, but if you did take a close look at that previous delivery, there was a hint of a movement away from the right hand batter. Ravin Sayer just not sure of what the exact shot he needs to be playing for the delivery outside the off stump. Rather, I would say, if you're not feeling comfortable against a new bowler, just try and rotate the strike, which they have done so far. They have done well after losing those couple of wickets up front. Try and rotate the strike. Keep the scoreboard ticking. There's some full wide outside the off stump. Fails to hit the cap, unfortunately. Where Vinushka Silva, he would want to grab a wicket here. Look at that drop chance. That was a regulation catch. I need to tell you that Vinushka Silva, he was really disappointed about himself. Well, you ask me what kind of catch that was. I'm going to call it a regulation catch. One of the easiest catches you could be grabbing out there, the slip cordon. What a delivery, angling away from the left-hand batter. Now, Vinishka Silva might be having this on the back of his mind as well. The drop chance. He would want to get this wicket. Leo Francisco, I'm telling you, he's a big fish, a very talented batter. You have given him a life, and if he converts this into a big number, that's going to hurt Vinishka Silva really bad. This time strays down the leg side. One more extra given away to Nawaloka Hospital. Now on the other hand, DFCC, what they need to focus on is they did manage to grab those first couple of wickets up front of the opening batters. They can't afford to give away this kind of easy runs. I call them freebies. They need to keep adding the pressure, especially to these two batters. They have been out there some time, but a wicket here once again opened doors for DFCC. Four runs coming off that over. 11 done. Nawaloka 44 for the loss of 2 wickets. Well, here's a quick look at the partnership so far. These two batters, 33 or 49, currently the rebuilding pace, but they have done a good job. I need to tell you that, especially after losing those 2 quick wickets, the opening batters, Leo Francisco and Ravin Seya, they have been out there very responsible. But I do agree that there was a chance which was missed by the DFCC team. But apart from that, these two batters have done a decent job. Right then, it's for the first time of a day's play, we're going to see a little bit of spin. It's going to be interesting because as the day moves on, when the sun hits hard on the surface and it dries up a little bit, we definitely could expect a little bit of turn. Sakuna Fernando, decent campaign, economy of 4.32, best of 4 for 19. Well, Ravin Seya, for a moment, I thought he was looking for an expensive shot outside the off stump, but he hardly could reach out to that delivery. It was bowled wide. Now, what Sakuna Fernando needs to do here is pull in line with the stumps, give it a little bit of air, loop it up, let the ball do a little bit of talking out of the surface. At the moment, I just feel he's bowling a little bit too fast. He needs to slow it up a little bit. Give the ball a little bit of chance to grip off the surface. Once again, a slider from Sakuna Fernando. No, more importantly, if you take a closer look at the bowling position of Sakuna Fernando, he's someone very similar to Mahesh Theekshana in the Sri Lankan team. He's a finger spinner. He flicks through the delivery. And the previous one, there was a little bit of late movement towards the left-hand batter. Beauty from Sakuna Fernando. It's been on the money, especially during his very first over. And guess what? If he could slow down a little bit more, he would definitely be rewarded. Good over. Nicely done. Just the one run coming off the 12th over. Nawaloka 45 for 2. Well, here's a quick look at the bowling card. 2 wickets each for the 2 opening bowlers. Nipuna Premaratna and Ravindra Ratnayaka grabbing 1 wicket each. But since then, it has been a dominating performance by these 2 batters. They have built up a partnership. 5 extras. We did see a few no balls being bowled by them as well. Second wicket falling at 11. Since then, it has been a decent partnership of 34 runs between them. For me, it's Ravin Seya. He's the key man. He's looked very positive. He's played some shots, showed intentions. So the longer he stays out there in the middle, it's going to be a headache for DFCC. They need a breakthrough here, and they would love to have Ravin Seya. They really need to focus on rotating the strike. Ravin Seya, for a moment, I think, has lost a bit of touch during the last 2 overs, trying a little bit too hard, not running those singles, not trying to hit the gaps. You need to be rotating the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking, push that pressure back at the bowling team. This time, beautifully threaded through the covers. Save your legs. That's 4 runs from Ravin Seya. Nicely done. Half volley from Vinushka Silva. Given the deserved treatment. Full outside the off stump. Extra cover and mid-off up inside the circle. That is the worst delivery that you could be bowling. Asking to be hit. And as I was talking, Ravin Seya would be the key man for Nawaloka Hospital. Beautiful. Now this is what is called smart batting. You get a boundary and you get to the other end. Brilliant. Very well fielded. He surely stopped 3 runs. That was driven handsomely by Leo Francisco. Full phase of the bat. Saving 3 runs for his team. 50 up on the board for Nawaloka Hospital. Look at that. Valiant effort. That was 4 runs written all over it. Just couldn't pierce that gap. Now, Vinushka Silva, he needs to pull his length back a little bit. This time, full phase of the bat. Up and over the infield. Down the ground, straight as an arrow. 4 more runs for Ravin Seya. He moves up to 30. Just checked his shot for a moment, I would say, but brilliant, isn't it? One of the first feeling for a fast bowler to be hit down the ground. Classical shot. Nice on the eyes. Ravin Sayer growing in confidence. This is what I was talking about. Give yourself a chance. Be out there, spend some time, and you'll be rewarded. Expensive over. 10 runs coming off that. 13 done. Nawaloka 55 for 2. Here's a quick look at the batting card. Ravin Sayer unbeaten on 30 of 35. Well, the players will be taking a short drinks break. In the meantime, we'll have a quick look at the batting card once again. Ravin Sayer topping the score at the moment, 30 of 35. Samin Kandanarachi, I need to tell you that he got a good start. He looked really good for those 2 boundaries under his name before he threw away his wicket for a short delivery outside the off stump, trying to flash it away. But since the fall of the second wicket, it has been a good partnership. 44 runs partnership between these 2 batters. Leo Francisco unbeaten on 9. 13 overs done, 55 for 2. We come back after a short drinks break. Here's a quick look at the bowling card as well, as the players do have a little bit of drink. Nipun Premaratne and Ravindu Ratnayaka, they were impressive during the first 5 overs. Just the 12 runs considered, managing to grab 2 wickets, 1 wicket each for the 2 pacemen up front. But unfortunately, since then, after that drop catch of Leo Francisco, they haven't really had a chance to threaten these 2 batters. Vinushka Silva and Sakuna Fernando just coming into the bowling after the completion of the power play. Vinushka being expensive as well. They need to rethink. Here's a quick look at the 2 wickets. First one to go, Samin, and then this one. That was a brilliant delivery. On the money. Wonderful. 2 wickets up front. 44-run partnership between these 2 batters, unbeaten of 61 deliveries. Ravin Sayer doing the bulk of the scoring. 30 of 35. Leo Francisco, yes, he has scored just the 9 runs of 26 deliveries, but the most important thing is he has been out there. You need to give yourself a chance. As I did mention during the first 5 overs of play, this surface will not be easy to bat on just as you walk in. You need to spend some time out there, figure out the surface, understand the conditions, get used to the pace of the wicket, and then you will have runs. That is exactly what Ravin Sayer has done. And Leo Francisco, he needs to follow those steps as well. Right, then we are live back from the MCA grounds here in Colombo. Players done with the drinks break. Sakuna Fernando with his finger spin. It has been a gloomy morning here in Colombo. The sun has been popping out here and there, on and off. But it has been lovely conditions, I need to tell you that. Quick single taken. Good running between the wickets. Now this shows two batters with proper communication and understanding, responding to the call of your partner. Look at that. Right after the shot, off she goes. Good running. Very, very well done. Putting pressure on the fielder. Once again, a bit of misfield, helping them to cross over another single. One more run at its total. This time goes big. What a catch that is. Brilliant. Plucked out of the air. Wonderful catch at mid-on. Ravin Sayer, he looks stunned. Well, there is surely a couple of replays coming off that catch, I'm telling you that. Look at that, dances down the track. He throws himself, plucks it out of the air. Brilliant. Ravin Sayer, he showed that he might go on to make a big total, but unfortunately, Shamod Wickramasinghe plucking it off the air, buying a wicket. This is what you call, there you buy a wicket. Ravin Sayer makes that long walk back. 31, 4 boundaries and a 6. Looked very promising. Nawaloka, 58 for 3. Tharindu Suraj, the new batter. Well, that was unexpected. Not on cards for DFCC. Well, but this is the beauty of this game. You get something out of nowhere. Tharindu Suraj, another very experienced campaigner. I love the strike rate, 89.98. 1,132 runs under his name. Experienced campaigner. Well, DFCC would believe now. They're pumped up. Look at the body language. Right after that wicket, skipper showcasing his skills. Flying like a bird in the air. Grabbing that out. Wonderful over. Comes to an end by Sakuna Fernando. 1 wicket grabbed. 14 done. 59 for 3. Here's a quick look at the bowling card. Sakuna Fernando was gifted a wicket in the previous over, I would say, with the help of the skipper Shamod Wickramasinghe. Partnership broken. Vinushka Silva into his third over, being touch on the expensive side. 14 runs taken off his 2 overs. Tharindu Suraj, the new batter now. Vinushka Silva, what he could do here is try and attack the new batter now. You could see the umpire warning the fast bowler, probably running on that danger area. any young cricketers out there, as a fast bowler, you should stay away from that danger area. Interesting. The ball keeping a little bit low. Unexpected though. During the first few overs, we did see a little bit of uneven bounce, but that time just dying off the surface. Look at that. Oh, that is not the ideal way to finish off your run-up. Vinushka, he needs to be very careful, because the umpires would give you a couple of warnings, then you'll be taken out of the bowling. You need to be very careful not to step on the danger area. Beauty. Asking questions from the new batter. This is what is required. Put some extra pressure. Look at the DFCC fielders walking in, talking into the ears of the new batter. Putting on that additional pressure. Look at that. I could hear some fancy notes going out there to the batter. This is the beauty of this game. Playing some mind games as well. This time he responds handsomely over extra cover. What a fantastic shot that was. Beautiful on the eyes. All the way she goes for 6 runs. Tharindu Suraj making a statement. And look at the fielders. They're stunned and they're silent. That was a shot played with authority. Not one of the easiest shots. Look at that. Beautiful. Full flow of the bat. Over extra cover. Out of the ground. That's a big hit. I need to tell you that. Well, probably they need to replace a new ball, because that was deposited out of the ground. Right, then the umpire is just having a quick look at the ball just to make sure if it's all good in color and good in shape. But I'm telling you that Tharindu Suraj might feel very, very confident about himself after that shot. Just before that delivery, the fielders, the bowlers, the wicketkeeper, they were running into Tharindu Suraj's ears, trying to probably sledge him over a little bit. But look at the answer that he got. Let your bat talk rather than your mouth. This time flicks it and flicks it fine. Poor bit of fielding by Fernando down at deep fine leg. That should have been just a 1 run. Well, Vinushka Silva is getting a beating here, I'm telling you that. He's not getting any kind of support. Sprayed down the leg side. Nicely placed, but that was poor fielding. Sakuna Fernando, he needs to think twice before walking back to the dressing room, because your coach is waiting, mate. That should have been just the 1 run. This is what could happen when you lose confidence. Vinushka Fernando into his 3rd over has got a beating. He dropped a catch, got smashed for 6 over extra cover, and then a misfield going for a boundary. Not a good day, mate. You need to come back strong. Try and grab a wicket, change things around. Chance of a run out, wild throw. Well, it's not going right for Vinushka Silva up until now. 15 done, Savary for the loss of 3 wickets.
So 15 overs completed. We're into the 16th over. 70 for 3. Leo Francisco on 11. He's been struggling so far in this innings. Been dropped once, been beaten several times. But has hung in there. He's their key player, Tharindu Suraj. He's got off to 12 quickly of just 10 deliveries. Sakuna Fernando, 1 for 5 so far. The off spinner. He's got into a good rhythm into his third over. The last wicket to fall. Ravin Sayer caught brilliantly by the skipper Chamod Wickramasinghe. Catchers win matches, no doubt about it. That was a brilliant effort. If they can get rid of this pair quickly, DFCC will feel that they could restrict the opposition to the 200 run mark they spoke about at the toss. Goes for the big one. Misses it completely. Good over. 16 done. 70 for 3. So 70 for 3 after 16 overs. Sanduru Vikramaratna is being introduced into the attack from the Vidya Mavate end. One slip in position. Mid-on comes up into the circle. There's a deep backward square leg. Mid-wicket and short fine on the onside. 2 for 32 is best. Pulls it, but straight to the fielder. Enough for protection there. The skipper has done well in the field. Seventeenth over. The moment in progress. Leo Francisco has shown a lot of patience. Can he hang in there? He knows there's plenty of overs to bat. If he bats those remaining overs or majority of it, he'll get a very big score. He's that sort of a player, very talented, has the shots. The patience is required. An important game for both teams. The winners will fall into second place. There are 4 teams in this tournament. Sportylk on top of the group, unbeaten in their 3 games. We have Singer PLC at the bottom of the group in 4th place without any wins out of their 3 games. So the team here that wins will go into second place. It's important because it's played in the IPL style with a knockout and an eliminator. So the first and the fourth, or the first and the second, play each other. The winner goes straight to the finals. The loser has another opportunity. But if you... Oh, there you go. Tharindu Suraj has been dismissed. Quickish delivery by Wickramaratne. He went for the back cut, but couldn't keep it down. Uppishly played straight to the fielder. Once again, well held. That was travelling, but got his body behind that one. Take a look at it. They couldn't control it, couldn't get on top of it. And they have lost their 4th wicket. At 72, Tharindu Suraj has to depart for 12. They losing wickets at regular intervals, though they have maintained a run rate of just over 4 runs per over. Couple of drop chances as well, especially Leo Francisco being dropped was a huge mistake by DFCC. They have to make amends for that. I think it's Samila who is walked in. A couple of very good players, Ravin Saya and now Tharindu Suraj. So Samila Nadish is coming to bat. They need a partnership somewhere here. It's very, very important. That's sliding down the leg side, probably, says the umpire. He's straight away bowling well, Wickramaratne. Quite those quickish off cutters. You could see sort of a slow medium pace. Partnership is very, very important here to get them back on track. Nawaloka. Good over. Just the 2 runs and a wicket. 17 done, 72 for 4. So Sakuna Fernando will continue. 4th over. Beautifully bowled. Gets an outside edge. Did it carry to the slip fielder? Leo Francisco once again troubled outside the off stump. This time goes over the top. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. It was in the slot, mid-off up in the circle. Up she went, down she came for 6. Easy as you could see to the eye. Full flow of the bat. As I mentioned earlier, has a lot of talent, has the shots in the book. It's just the patience, the concentration that is needed. Francisco knows he has the overs to bat here to get a big score. He's got a life. Make use of it. They've been very good in the field. Yes, there's been a chance also that should have been taken, but the ground fielding has been good. Couple of very good catches, one brilliant one by the skipper. It's been a mixed bag. Just the 6 runs off that over. 18 done, 78 for 4. So Vikramaratne into his second over, picked up that wicket in the very first of Tharindu. So this is an important partnership here. These two have to make sure they build up something, a platform for the lower order. Top 4 have been dismissed. Out, caught, dropped again. Another sitter. This time Ravindu Ratnayaka should have taken that. That was coming quickly. It was at an awkward height, probably shoulder height, but couldn't get in position. His hands probably not in the right position. We'll take a look at that. Vikramaratne should have had his second. As I mentioned, they have been a mixed bag in the field. They have held on to a couple of good catches, one brilliant, but in between dropped 2 chances at slip. This is not good. That's in the air as well. He'll get a single. Living dangerously off the mark, Samila Nadish. They'll be very, very disappointed. The skipper in particular, the bowlers, they could have probably at least had Nawaloka 6 down by now. Is the way through the offside. Single to finish off. 19 done, 80 for 4. Take a look at the opportunities today. Leo Francisco was dropped off Ravindra Ratnayaka. Straightforward chance to first slip. Then again, this was difficult. This was dying on him, diving towards his right, but this should have been taken by Ravindra Ratnayaka. 2 of Leo Francisco, 1 of Samila Nadish. These are opportunities you expect them to take. Leo Francisco has now decided to open up. He's cleared the fence once again, his second 6. This, you cannot afford to give chances to quality players. They will maximize. They will punish you. Saw the width outside the off stump and just went through with a shot. Changing the field around. Sakuno Fernando. Leo Francisco looking much more at ease now at the crease. He's negotiated that difficult period. He's been lucky. But how you maximize that luck is what is important in the context of the game and for your team. Because at the end of the day, all you see on the score sheet will be the number of runs you have scored, the number of wickets you have taken. The drop chances won't be highlighted. 87 for 4, 20th in progress. DFCC will rue those opportunities. Off the back foot. Ground fielding has been very tight. That will be called a wide. Goes big. Has he got the distance he's looking for, Nadish? He has. So 2 sixers in the over. Spoiling the figures a bit for Sakuno Fernando. Once again in the slot. Went straight down the ground. Short boundaries, not afraid to go aerial. They know they back their power. So these are all important runs. 20 done, 94 for 4.
20 overs done. 94 for the loss of 4 wickets. Well, couple of chances gone begging for DFCC. Probably Nawaloka should have been 6 wickets down if those 2 catches were taken. Well, overall it has been a good performance by DFCC, but unfortunately their fielding has kind of let them down. Leo Francisco, he has showed intentions. This is what I was talking about previously as well. He's a very, very talented young batter. Couple of sixes down the ground. He has shown clear intentions of aggression. The last 10 overs, it has been a good passage of play. 54 runs added, 2 wickets lost, but still they would take it. The only problem here would be the number of wickets. 4 wickets down, ahead of 20 overs. These 2 batters, they need to bat out there at least until the 35th over, trying to put up a partnership. Samil Nadish, he has looked good for his 10 deliveries. Save your legs. That's 4 runs, beautifully threaded between mid-off and extra cover. Lovely shot. Pitched up by Sandaru Vikramaratne, asking for trouble. Now Samila Nadish has showed clear intentions from the time he has walked out to the middle. He has never let any loose deliveries go on its merry way. All around the ground. Not the kind of delivery you need to be bowling when you have your mid-off and extra cover up inside the circle. You can see the mid-off dropping down to long off now. If you're just joining us, we are coming to you live from the MCA cricket grounds here in Colombo. It's the Link Natural MCA Premier League 2025. It's an important match happening here today between Nawaloka Hospital and DFCC Bank, fighting for that top spot on the group. Nawaloka Hospital winning the toss, deciding to bat first. This time he tried for a big hike down the ground, but fails to make proper contract. 100 runs up on the board for Nawaloka Hospital for the loss of 4 wickets. 21 overs done. If you look at the skyline, there is a little bit of clouds running around the ground. But there is no such threat at the moment. Ravin De Silva. We do have a change in bowling. The right arm off spinner brought into the attack. $100 for 4 after 21 overs. Run rate of 4.76. Well, nothing wrong with the run rate at the moment. It's just that the wicket column that might be causing a little bit of doubt in the mind of the Nawaloka team. This is good batting. Very good batting by Samila Nadish. Make sure that you rotate the strike. Don't give away dot deliveries. Don't pull the pressure back onto yourself. Make sure you keep the scoreboard ticking. That is what is important. Leo Francisco, on the other hand, he has been very, very aggressive. He has shown intentions. He has got a good start and he needs to convert it. Shot again. Not the ideal start for Ravin De Silva. Couple of deliveries. Dragging both short outside the off stump. A couple of catches has already gone begging. Well. That did have a little bit of bite out of the surface. Good one from Ravin De Silva. Quick run. Oh, confusion. That's it. Well, there was yes, no for at least 3 to 4 times between the two batters. That was suicidal, I'm telling you that. That was suicidal. Samila Nadish, he looked very promising. Leo Francisco feels disappointed about himself. It was his call, but unfortunately, Samila Nadish responding. Look at that. Samila taking off. Couple of yeses and nos from Leo Francisco as well. He's worried. Leo is surely worried. Samila Nadish departs for 13. A short stay, but was really, really promising. 102 for 4. New batter Chanaka Devinda. First delivery strays down the leg side, bite given by the umpire. Chanaka Devinda off the mark. Here's a quick look at that run out. Suicidal, I'm telling you that. That was suicidal. Good bit of fielding as well. .22 done, 104 for 5. projected scores 237 runs. They badly need a partnership here. 5 wickets down, just the 22 overs. This is what they need to be doing very regularly. Chanaka Devinder just knocking it off, crossing over a single. Now Leo Francisco, he will have to play a major role here. Unfortunately, he was a part of that previous dismissal. That was suicidal for sure. Ran his partner out. He needs to go and make a big score here. He surely can't afford to throw away his wicket. Plenty of overs left. In fact, 27 plus overs left. The problem would be the wickets column. Once again, quick single. This time, easily done. Pressure on the batters. This is good work from DFCC, I need to tell you that. Absolutely brilliant. They're running into the ears of the batters, putting that extra pressure, bringing in that extra field as well. This is good captaincy from the DFCC skipper. Edged just short of that first slip. Good bit of work. Couple of catchers have already gone begging. But this time, just short of that first slip fielder. Well, TFCC, they have managed to pull things back. There was a pace where the Nawaloka Hospital batters, they were running away with the game, especially for that third wicket partnership. But since then, TFCC have managed to pull things back. Just the 2 runs coming off that over. 23 done. 106 for 5. Here's a quick look at the partnership card. That was a decent partnership for the third wicket between Leo Francisco and Ravin Sayer before Chamod Wickramasinghe, the skipper, plucked out a blinder to get rid of Ravin Sayer. And there was another quick fiery 30 partnership between Samila Nadij and Leo Francisco as well before that suicidal run out. That was really unwanted. Nice one. Giving it a little bit of air. Floated outside the off stump. Leo Francisco, he might be feeling the pressure. Bit of turn and bounce. Good signs if you're a spin bowler. If you just had a look at that previous delivery, it did have a little bit of grip out of the surface. The slower you bowl, the more purchase you'll be getting out of this surface. And as the day progresses on, we're going to see a lot more assistance for the spinners. Well, that was not the best delivery you could see from a leg spinner. Straying down the leg side, at least a couple of runs. 3 wides added to the total. These are freebies. You can't afford to give these easy runs away to the opponents, especially when Nawaloka is struggling 5 wickets down. Ravin De Silva. He has done a pretty decent job so far into his second over. Apart from that one, he's straight down the leg side. But Chanaka Devinda looks very solid on his defense. A very tall lad, I'm telling you that. He can hit a long ball. Well, this is very good from Ravindra Silva. Pulling it up there, inviting the batter to take him on if possible. This time short. Good over from Ravindra Silva comes to an end. 24 done. Nawaloka 110 for 5. Here's a quick look at the batting card. Leo Francisco 30 of 51. The highlight so far unbeaten out there. He needs to be out there. He needs to convert this 30 to 100 if Nawaloka Hospital wants to put on a decent total against DFCC Bank in this most important game. Ravin Sayer, very unfortunate, got a brilliant start before he was caught by Chamod Vikramasinghe at short mid-on. Brilliant catch. Catch of the day. Probably you could call it even the catch of the tournament. It was plucked out of the air. We're almost into the half stage of this game. 24 was done, 110 for 5. Another bowling change. Tharindu Suraj, another talented player in the DFCC Bank side. Huge responsibility on the shoulders of these two batters. They need to bat deep. They need to anchor these innings. Try and be out there at least until the 37th or the 38th over. Don't lose a wicket. Try and add another 60 to 70 runs if possible. Get past that 160 run mark. Look at the bowling figures. Best of 8 for 60 runs. Brilliant, isn't it? That shows the class of this fielder. Projected score 228, but during the toss, the Nawaloka skipper did mention that they are eyeing on the target, something about 260 runs. That's a long way, I'm telling you that. But on the other hand, Chamod Vikramasinghe, the DFCC skipper, he wanted to try and restrict Nawaloka Hospital below 200. Looks like they are well on target if they do manage to pick a couple of wickets. This time short. Could have done better. Just the one run added to total. Nelson on the board. 111 for 5. Well, if you believe in those fancy kind of things, here you do have something. 111. Nelson on board. Usually in the cricketing world, there is a threat of losing a wicket. Well, nothing to do with numbers though. Chanaka Devinda, he has been very solid for his 10 deliveries out there. Yes, he has just managed to get those 2 runs, but he has been very, very solid in his defense. Mid-off being brought up inside the circle, inviting him to go up and over. Well, Chanaka Devinda playing it smart, but I love the way that Tharindu Suraj is trying to play with Chanaka Devinda. Mind games are very important when it comes to this beautiful game of cricket. Well, you have the mid-off and the extra cover inside the circle and pull up there. Good over. Just the 1 run. 25 done. Nawaloka 111 for 5.
$118 for 5, 26th over. Projected score 229. So 5 wides. That was important runs for Nawaloka. Every run matters for them in this to post a good total. That depends on Leo Francisco is out there. They've got the runs on the board, 4.54. It's just the wickets that they lost in between in these overs. 16 extras. This will certainly help. Leo Francisco has been involved in almost all those partnerships. 47 with Ravin Sayer being the best. 30 along with Samila Nadesh. Now 16 with Shanaka Devind. Devind Kekiridenia is the bowler into his second over. Devindu Kekiridenia, the left arm orthodox. Looking for a quick single. They get there comfortably at the end. Good understanding. Leo Francisco off quickly from the non-strikers. That's a good hit. That was much needed. Leo Francisco once again dealing sixes. Soon as it's in the slot, short boundaries, he backs himself to clear the boundary. He's played a lot of dot deliveries. He's managed to capitalize when needed. That was in the slot, going for the slog. Sweep. Cuff corner. That went a long way. This is good batting. Another over completed. Tharindu Suraj 2 overs for 9, 27 done, 126 for 5. Twenty-eighth over, Robin De Silva, the leggy continues into his fourth. Looking for another breakthrough here. Mix up, but gets away. They thought they had the opportunity for a run out there. Change the field deeper. Square leg was going down to the boundary. Now he's Brad Bucked. Come back into the circle. Deep mid wicket is on the boundary. Mid on is up mid wicket, so they're telling him play across the line against the turn if you want to, but that was down the leg side. Poor bowling. Cannot bowl there. Two wides now to Robin De Silva. Cannot afford to give a full wide as a spinner. It's the odd wide, no ball could happen. But then at this level, you expect them to be more disciplined. That's much better. Full in the slot. Very well bowled. 28 done, 129 for 5. So there you go, wickets at regular intervals. Leo Francisco, the lone hand there with 40. Robin Sayer made 31. The rest, a couple of them got into double figures, 3 in fact. Kandar Arachi on top of the order. Samil and Nadish and Tharindu Suraj. But just could not continue. They're unable to spring in that big partnership what is needed. Karen Denia going through his motions on the mark once again. So 2 dot balls. Single so far in the over. Run rate is good, 4.56. Shanaka Dev in the 22 deliveries. He's shown some resistance. Well bowled. They said they would like to restrict them to 200, 250 plus was what Nawaloka were looking at. It's a long way off now because they have lost 5 wickets, but certainly possible because they've got 132 on the board. 20 overs, 21 overs remaining after this. Three runs of that one, 29 done, 132 for 5. The leggy Ravind De Silva bowls. He's coming round the wicket now. Just a sweeper cover deep on the offside. Protection on the boundary on the onside. Understandably to the left hander. Shown a lot of patience, Dio Francisco, after being dropped. Let's slip. Can Ravin De Silva get a breakthrough for the FCC? He's done a decent job so far, keeping the runs down. Just 4 runs per over. Oh, that's out. There you go. He's got his man. Gets the outside edge, and finally a slip fielder holds on to a catch. There have been 3 drop chances, 2 a straightforward, 1 a difficult one. 2 of Leo Francisco, but finally they hold on. Devinda is gone. Ravin De Silva picks up a wicket. 6 down now. Nawaloka, they are certainly in a spot of a bother. Straight to him, and that was well held. A bit disappointed. The players take that opportunity for a bit of a drinks break as well. The 30th over. $133 for 6. There you go. Regular intervals. Kandararachi for 10. Ruberu 1. Ravin Sayame was good for his 31. Suraj 12. Nadish 13. Devinda 5. Nobody really got on to put up a partnership. Leo Francisco 43 not out, has held one end. Nipun Premaratna picked up the early wicket. 1 for 22 of his 5. So did Ravindra Ratnayaka. He should have got Leo Francisco out as well. Sakuna Fernando 1 for 25, 1 for 12 to Sanduru Wickramaratne. I thought he bowled well, pretty well. Ravin De Silva now into his 5th over, 1 for 19. Devindu, Kerindini and Vinusha Silva wicketless so far. Just a one good partnership there. That enabled them to get to this target. These are the wickets to fall. The first one out, caught behind Ruberu. That was a wild slog. Castled him. That was a brilliant catch. Ravin says dismissal. Brilliant by the keeper, Chamod Wickramasinghe. Then Suraj went, trying to cut one. Then came this mix-up and a run out, and the final wicket to fall. Caught at a slip. So 18 extras in this total so far for 133 for the loss of 6 wickets. A single to end the 30th over. 134. 35 for 7.
30 overs done. You could see a little bit of blue skies on your background. Good signs if you're a cricket fan. I can assure that there is no any kind of threat at the moment for any bit of rain. Lovely conditions, 12 in the noon. The players should be definitely feeling the heat. It is a humid day here in Colombo. A bit of overcast conditions during the morning session, but at the moment the sun is shining bright. But I can tell you that the sun is shining bright only for the DFCC, not for the Nawaloka Hospital team. They have 135 for 6. They have dragged themselves down to a position really hard and tough. That should be called wide by the umpire. Additional run added to the total. Sakuna Fernando has been impressive today. Touched on the expensive side comparing to other bowlers. Good one. Gets the outside edge. Continuing to add the pressure. This is good work by the DFCC skipper. A slip, extra cover. Well, should be another run out. Yes, it is. That's the 7th wicket down for Nawaloka Hospital. Once again, a suicidal run out. But guess what? Who is on the non-strikers end? Leo Francisco. He's not even looking at the batting partner. Second time Leo Francisco has been involved in a run out, but this time it was the batter's call. Leo Francisco hardly responded, but there was no run there for sure. I'm telling you that. Very good decision by the umpire. It's not easy to be out there and give these kind of decisions. That was a fantastic decision by the umpire and good work by the wicketkeeper as well. Tushira Madanayaka makes that long walk back after a very short stay. Nawaloka Hospital, 136 for 7. Charit Rajapaksa, the new batter. Well, we are into the tail. DFCC might be feeling very confident of wrapping things up as soon as possible. Well, the skipper wanted to get things under 200. Looks like they should be able to get things wrapped up pretty earlier, looking at how things have been. Sakuna Fernando has kept it really tight in this over as well. Now look at that run out. There was no run there, I'm telling you that. Quick run taken. Good over. A wicket and couple of runs. 31 overs done. Nawaloka 137 for the loss of 7 wickets. Here's a quick look at that run out. Good glove work by the wicket keeper. Flashing hands. Pretty confident They knew they had their man. Teamwork. Well, all in all, DFCC, they have been brilliant out there today. Fantastic work. They have walked out as a team, everyone contributing, but don't forget, they have dropped 3 catchers. That is something that the coach would take notes of. But luckily, they have managed to keep things under control. But the man on screen, Charit Rajapaksa, this wicket would be crucial if they are to wrap things as soon as possible, because they're almost into the tail. And Leo Francisco, on the other hand, he's the big fish who's currently anchoring these innings. He got a life. He was dropped when he was on 7. The problem is he's running out of partners at the moment. Wide given. Extra runs shouldn't be given, especially when Nawaloka Hospital are trying to recover. These are golden dust. And another one. This time should be more runs. 2 wides. With 3 free runs given off in this over. These are valuable runs for Nawaloka Hospital, I'm telling you that. Because they have been struggling hard to score runs, and on the other hand, the bowling team are gifting away runs. Well, that was lobbed up in the air. Luckily, there was no closing fielder. Leo Francisco is leaving dangerously. 4 fielders up inside the circle on the offside. Look at that. Trying to work it on the leg side. Gets that leading outside edge. Well, that was a juicy full toss. Leo Francisco should have done better. Oh, miscommunication again. Leo Francisco, I'm telling you, he's never going to run 2 runs. He was disappointed looking at Charit Rajapaksa trying to run that second one. Clearly turns him back. Would have been another wicket. Just the 1 run added to the total. This should be a very calm passage of play, because the batting side, they hardly could take any kind of risk, especially Leo Francisco, the man on screen. He needs to be out there. This time he decides to go up and over, hammers it over long off for 6 more runs. Good shot to get onto a well-deserved half century for Leo Francisco. Floated outside the off stump. Gives it a proper swing off that big willow. 32 overs done. Nawaloka 148 for 7. Sakuna Fernando. Starts off a fresh over. Leo Francisco. It has been a classical innings by this young man. He was given a life. I did mention that couple of hours back how much it's going to cost. This time Charit Rajapaksa goes big and goes long, half a dozen. These are very valuable runs for Nawaloka Hospital. Not the ideal delivery, short. Charit Rajapaksa rocks onto the back foot, puts it all away out of the ground. Big one. Well, that was fired in. Expected from Sakuna Fernando after being hit over deep mid-wicket for 6 runs. Now, looking at Charit Rajapaksa, I'm telling you that he can hit a long ball. Good running. This is what is required. Make sure to tick off the scoreboard as much as possible. 150 is up, 154, in fact 155 for the loss of 7 wickets. This is a handy little partnership between these two batters. Every run would be very, very important for Nawaloka Hospital. If they get past that 200 mark run, they'll be happy about themselves. They need a bit of hard work to be done. We are still into the 33rd over. 17 more overs to go after this one. That is 102 legal deliveries. That was a good one. Quicker one in line with the stumps. Flicked through the fingers by Sakuna Fernando. Leo Francisco very watchful. Mid on up inside the circle, inviting him to go downtown. Very well fielded. That completes over number 33. Nawaloka Hospital 155 for 7. Well, here's a quick look at the scorecard. Leo Francisco, the highlight of the day, 50 of 74. 4 sixes and 1 boundary. That's interesting. But she surely showed clear intentions. Brilliant knock from this young man, anchoring the innings along. Projected score currently at 235 runs. If they do manage to get that total, that would be ideal. Looking at where they're at the moment. Well, we have a change in the bowling. Nipun Prem Ratna, the opening bowler, coming on to bowl his second spell. The 2 opening bowlers bowling 5 overs on the trot were taken off. They were very successful. First 10 overs just giving away the 40 runs and managing to grab a couple of wickets. Keep aside the 10 overs. Talk about the first 5 overs. Just the 12 runs, and they did manage to grab 2 wickets. So they did get a good start, but DFCC, they couldn't continue to apply that pressure on Nawaloka Hospital. But at the moment, luckily DFCC have pulled things back. 155 for the loss of 7 wickets. Nawaloka trying to recover, trying to come out of this situation they are in. It's going to be an interesting battle between the bat and ball. Well, intentions are clear from the DFCC skipper. He has brought back his strike bowler. They need a wicket here. They can't afford to let these two batters run away. They need to try and stop this run flow. This time, just short of that mid-off fielder. Well. Would have been very interesting. Charit Rajapaksha driving on the up. Well, it's been an interesting field. We have the mid-on and the mid-off inside the circle. Look at that shot. Going to that fielder inside the circle down there at mid-off. Would have been very interesting. Well, short one, but no matter it has been called a wide, I like the intention from Nipun Premaratna. He does have a deep fine leg and a deep square leg, exactly waiting for that delivery. For a missed shot, which might loop up in the air. Look at that. Very well directed. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too high to be not called a wide. And again, this time very well directed. Could bounce by Nipun Premaratna. Charit Rajapaksa trying for that expensive shot. Fails to make contact. Now, I can see Leo Francisco walking up to his batting partner, giving him a little bit of advice. Mate, chill out. Just let it go. Don't try and do anything fancy. Don't throw away your wicket. Let's be out there at least until the 43rd over. This time around, well negotiated by Charit Radhapaksha. But Charit has played a handy little hand. 10 of 14. Brilliant, I would say. He has supported his senior batting partner, Leo Francisco. And that's a big relief for Leo Francisco because he could trust his batting partner. That is what is important, especially when you're batting with the tail. You need to be able to trust your partner. It's then when you could build up a partnership. Hurry down to him. No damage done. 34 gone. Nawaloka Hospital 157 for the loss of 7 wickets. Here's a quick look at the bowling card. Well, 5 bowlers taking a piece. Highlight of the day for me though, the 2 pace bowlers up there. Nipun Premaratna and Ravindra Ratnayaka. They have done a decent job. But look at the extras. That is the biggest concern. 24 extras given away. The coach might need to pay a little bit more attention. with regards to controlling the number of extras they could give. Probably take 15 out of that. You'd be having a total of 142 runs. End of the day, every single run does matter. Tharindu Suraj being brought back into the attack. And there is a bit of hold in the play. Looks like Charith Rajapaksa wanted to take his headgear off, but the umpires did not agree to leave it on field, so he has to return it back to the dugout. Right, we are all set again to resume play. Once again, straying down the leg side. Let's see what the umpire decides. Will it be called leg byes? Yep, leg byes given by the umpire. Quick run taken. That's a direct hit. But Charith Rajapaksa was too fast. Makes his ground. No threat, but for a moment Leo Francisco might have had his heart in his mouth. Should he be even being involved in another run out? He has already been involved in a couple of runouts, and he surely does not want to be involved in another run out. Charith Rajapaksa, he's showing intentions, I'm telling you that. We might have a delivery that might be deposited out the park. There you go, there you go. This is what I was talking about. He was showing signs of going big. Huge inside edge. This has been very good bowling by Tharindu Suraj, keeping things very simple. Nothing trying to do anything fancy. .35 done. Nawaloka 160 for 7.
So 36th over in progress. Francisco on 51. Charita Rajapaksa has progressed to 12. They've got Seam back in to the attack with Nipun Prema Ratna operating. Backward point, short third, extra cover, sweeper cover mid off on the offside. So strong offside feel to the left hander. Short and wide. Leo Francisco unable to get back on it. He's played solid knock so far. Has never looked real comfortable. We could see it beaten over and over. Gave a chance. But in between, has attacked the spinners, hit a few sixers. But that's what you need, character. You need somebody to hang in there. Used experience. He's their most experienced probably in this lineup. And get them over that 200 run mark. 220 maybe will be a very good score. That's what they need. They need the low order to give him that support in this last 15 overs. On the other hand, DFCC will ponder about those missed opportunities. Would have got Francisco very early in the innings. Then again later on, another slip chance. It was much more difficult, but catchable. Smack through the offside, but the fielder did well. Keeps it down to a single. He had the width, but just could not pierce the gap. Charit Rajapaksa was in the air for a while, but that was very good fielding, good commitment. Dive in full length to his right. Projected score is 229. They'll be happy if they could get there, especially after losing their top order quickly. There you go. That's out of here. He's sent that over the boundary line, sailing. Short delivery, poor delivery by Nipun Prema Ratna. That was too easy for Leo Francisco, asking to be hit. And he obliges. So 9 runs off the over so far. So this is now one ball is being used. Remember, new ICC conditions rules. 2 balls for the first 34 overs. Thereafter, out of those 2, the captain can choose 1 ball for the balance 16. So 1 ball used from here onwards till the 50th over. Dot ball to finish off. 36 done, 169 for 7. So 36 done, 25 extras. That's quite a lot in 169. Devindu Kirindiniya is back into the attack. Left arm orthodox. Goes big, Charit Rajapaksa, and holds out. Not a good shot. That was the first ball of the over. They needed a partnership. They had 14 overs remaining. What was he trying to do there, Charit Rajapaksa? Trying to take on the field. No, that was not a good shot. He needed to partner Leo Francisco. Didn't get the elevation. Got under it, but didn't get the distance. Well held. Another wicket down. 8th wicket down now. 169 for 8 it is for Nawaloka. Pawan Pathiraja, the catcher. Little Pavan Pathiraja holds on to it well. So Vikram Sanjay, better known for his fast bowling, played for Sri Lanka. Couple of games in the past, many years ago, as a youngster, but lost his way. Was probably introduced too early into the international setup. Just faded off. One of those players that in and out nobody remembers, but good to see him continue in his cricket. Started off playing for BRC when he was introduced into the national lineup. So DFCC have been good in picking up wickets at regular intervals. They're so far stuck to their task. They said that they won't mind chasing 200. If they can pull out the opposition for less than 200, that will be gold. Kevin Denny picking up his first wicket. Once again, well ball on the mark. Another dot ball. So wicket and 5 dot balls, 4 dot balls. Can he finish it with a maiden wicket? He's got him 2 wickets and a maiden. Devindu Kerendenia has struck once again. A short delivery. Vikram Sanjay's eyes lit up. He looked to hit that out of the MCA grounds, but all he did was hit it back towards the bowler. Probably skidded onto him. There you go. Yes, not short enough. Real tail end as a shot, and good anticipation, good reflexes by the bowler. Kerendenia. He's picked up 2 in the over. Vikram Sanjay comes and Vikram Sanjay goes 9 wickets down. So Dilshan Harambagewala is the new batter out there. What is Leo Francisco going to do from here onwards? Is he just going to keep the strike? Is he going to go big? Target the boundary? He'll probably look now to bat the first 4 to 5 deliveries, try and get a single, keep the strike, get as much as possible. 58 of 85. He's playing a lone hand here. Third man comes to short, third man 30-yard circle. Interesting now to see how Leo Francisco goes about this. He's played 3 dot balls. Can he trust his partner? That's wide. So Nipun Premaratna has been steady, picked up that first wicket to fall. Third man down on the boundary again. That is the last 2 deliveries of the over. So they don't mind giving the single. They don't want to concede the boundary. Keep the runs down. Goes for the short delivery. That's called a wide. Extra effort from Premaratna. Out caught. So the final wicket to fall is Leo Francisco. Finally they hold on to a catch from him. He's given a couple of chances which have gone a big in. But this time the fielder makes no mistake. Goes for the pull. Top of the bat. Nipun Premaratna picks up his second. This has been a very good effort in the field by DFCC. 171. They bowled out the opposition. Remember, Nawaloka won the toss and they said, we will bat first. They wanted to post runs on the board. A much important game for the two teams. And Leo Francisco, painstaking innings, we could call it 58. He hasn't been, I would say, in his best of form. Free-flowing player, but today found it difficult on this surface against some very good bowling, but made a valuable 58 at the end to get them to a respectable, a decent total of 171. So there you go, nothing much to talk about. Kandararachi fell early for 10. Ruberu, the captain, for 1. There was a good partnership between Francisco and Ravin Sayer. They steadied the ship. Ravin Sayer fell for 31. Tharindu Suraj then came. He made 12. Samila Nadish 13. They needed somebody to get a big score. Shanaka Devi in the 5. Tushara Madanayaka 1. Charit Rajapaksa, I thought, played a poor shot after batting well. Made 13. Vikum Sanjay was out without scoring. And the final wicket to fall was Francisco, the wicketkeeper, who was out for 58. 27 extras. That 171, that would make a big difference in this total. Nipun Premaratna picking up the last wicket, 2 for 35. Ravindra Ratnayaka bowled well, 1 for 17 at the top. Vinusha Silva went wicketless. Sakuna Fernando did a good job, 1 for 34 of his 7. Sanduru Vikramaratna, only the 4 overs. I thought he bowled very well, 1 for 12. Ravindra Silva, the leggy, 1 for 32. Divindu Kevin Denia, 2 for 14, 2 wickets in that over of his 5. Not much to talk about in those partnerships. And just that 47-run partnership there for the third wicket between Saya and Francisco. That was good. But the rest really didn't manage anything big. Started off positively. That was the first wicket to fall. Then the skipper Ruberu, going for a wild swing, was out, bowled by Nipun Premaratna. Then came that partnership. Ravin Sayer played a few shots. He looked good. Hit a very good 6 as well of Premaratna. And at that time the runs were coming. They needed that partnership to go on for a longer period. He looked very good with his shots down the ground, Ravin Sayer. And then this brilliant catch. Catchers win matches. Game-changing moment by the skipper to get rid of Ravin Sayer. Leo Francisco continued on his way. He was dropped earlier off the bowling of Ratnayaka. Tharindu Suraj was out caught in the offside. Leo Francisco played a few big shots. Then we had Nadish, who was out there for a while. He had a 6 as well. Then came this yes no call, and then came the run out. They needed somebody to hang in there and put up a big score. A partnership was needed with Leo Francisco, but nobody could stay for long. Wickets came and went, caught at slip. Then the run out as well. Then we had for a short while Charit Rajapaksa batting well. He looked good until he played this shot and was caught in the mid-wicket region. And then Vikum Sanjay came and went. And the final wicket to fall of Leo Francisco for 58. So that's the situation here at the moment at the MCA grounds. And we will be back in a short while. For the run chase from the DFCC.
Hello and welcome back to the MCA grounds here in Colombo. We did have a small break in play as the showers did come down about 30 minutes back. But at the moment, things are looking okay, but we do have a small drizzle that's going across the ground. But we could clearly see the blue skies right on top of us. Looks like currently it's a passing cloud that is causing this little bit of drizzle around, but I believe that within the next 5 to 10 minutes this should ease off. Right then, we are ready for the run chase. DFCC batters out there. The Nawaloka team, they're ready to start proceedings. Shanaka Devinda chasing a target of 172 runs. Here we go. Good start. In line with the stumps, if you could see on your screen, there is a light shower, a drizzle I would call it, going across the ground, but not much of a threat at the moment. Pretty interesting that the Nawaloka skipper has decided to start proceedings with a spinner, because he might find it hard to grip the ball. If you could see, he's trying to wipe things off, but well, disappointing just after 2 deliveries. Looks like the umpires have decided to get the covers in, but once again there is a little bit of hole. They're deciding whether they need to proceed further. Yes, as the rains are coming down a little bit stronger and harder, as you could see, the covers are being pulled back. You could see the groundsmen running around, great work to make sure they protect the surface. That's the important area they need to cover around. Well, I don't think this rain would hold up for a very long time, because right on top of the ground we could see few clouds moving around, which is causing this passing shower. But unfortunately, since it has come down a little bit harder, the umpires have decided to walk off the field. I think we should be able to get things back on track as soon as possible. Shouldn't take much time. That's what we hope and pray as cricketing fans. Right then, we will take a short break and we will come back when we resume proceedings. Welcome back. We are live from the MCA cricket grounds. The passing shower has gone by. The players are back on the field. The umpires are ready to resume play here at the MCA grounds. DFCC chasing down a target of 172 runs. If you're just joining us, Nawaloka, they won the toss this morning. Decided to bat first. Were bowled out for 171 runs. Was a brilliant performance by DFCC, where they ran through the Nawaloka batting order. Hardly had any kind of time to recover. They never came back from where they went down. Well, DFCC Bank, they are on their way. Starts off with a wide. First ball after resuming play. Well, at the moment, I believe we do have a delayed start. So we're getting the information that the match has been reduced to 48 overs and the revised target would be 168. In fact, 169 in 48 overs. That would be the revised target for DFCC Bank in order to win this most important contest against Nawaloka Hospital. At the moment, the sun is shining bright here at the MCA grounds. Well, that was a wild throw. The passing showers might slow down the outfield a little bit as well. Nicely bowled. First over done. Janaka Devinda just conceding the 2 runs. DFCC Bank 2 without loss. His revised target, 167 more runs required after remaining 47 deliveries. We did have a little bit of hold up of the play because of the passing showers, probably taking off about 45 minutes of the game's play. Tharindu Suraj to start off proceedings. Well, interestingly, Nawaloka Hospital, they have decided to go with the spinners. Interesting call by the skipper. Experienced campaigner, good economy, 4.35, and best bowling figures of 6 for 27. That's it, should be the first one. The first one bites the dust. Tharindu Suraj strikes. DFCC loses their opening batter. Vinushka Silva will have to make that long walk back. Look at that. Inside edge. A very good catch by the wicket keeper. Disappointing start for DFCC. chasing down a low score. Vinishka Silva departs. DFCC 2 for the loss of 1 wicket. Here's a quick look at that previous wicket. Very nicely done. I just for a moment thought that was a touch too full to be cut outside the off stump. New batter Pawan Pathiraja. Experienced campaigner, 77 matches, 15 half centuries and 400s. Impressive. He needs to stand out in order to get his team across the line. Well, this has been a very decent start by Nawaloka Hospitals. For a moment, I might have thought that it would be an easy chase. But looking at how things have been so far since start of the play, Nawaloka Hospitals, they are not going to let this easy on DFCC. Pawan Pathiraja gets off the mark with that single. Beautiful. Almost had the second man. Good over. Just the 1 run conceded by Tharindu Suraj. 2 was done. DFCC 3 for the loss of 1 wicket. So far, it has been a decent start by Nawaloka Hospital. Chanaka Devinda to continue proceedings. Well, these two opening spinners have done a pretty decent job so far. They have kept things under control, not giving away easy runs, especially from the DFCC opening batters. This time short, cut away all along the ground. First boundary for Pavan Patiraja and DFCC. Not a good delivery by Chanaka Devinda. Look at that, dragging it short, playing in front of square. No protection. Down at the deep cover area. Easy pickings. I was talking about Pavan Patiraja. He's a very talented young batter. This time tries to sweep, get a bit of glove on it, loops up in the air. No closing fielders. Lucky escape, I would say. He's a very talented batter. He will try to run away with the game. This time slog sweeps down to square leg, just the one run. So Pavan Patiraja showing early intentions of going after the bowling. This is good. This is very good batting. You can't afford to get yourself into a shell. You need to try and work those singles. You will get that odd boundary of the loose deliveries. Sandru on the other hand, very watchful, defensively played. Chanaka Devinda, he has a simple task ahead. Just keep bowling in line with the stumps. This time, lucky there. Lucky escape for Sandru. That was in the air for a while. 3 overs done. DFCC 8 for the loss of 1 wicket. It has been a decent start from Nawaloka Hospitals. They have managed to keep things tight. Now my question is, how long would they manage to keep this man quiet? He is an aggressive batter. Taken off the stumps. It's an important game for both teams here. They will be eyeing on catching up the first spot in the table. A win here would really help their cause. This time straightening up with the arm. Sandru trying to work it round, gets that leading outside edge. He needs to be careful that our delivery will straighten up a little bit. Six dot delivery so far for Sandru. Yet to get off the mark. He's a big hitter. He can clear the long ball. It's just a matter of a time. That's what I believe. It's just a matter of a time. Sandru yet to get off the mark. 4 overs done. DFCC 9 for 1. Sandro Wickramaratne did manage to score a brilliant 63 runs the other day against Singer Sri Lanka, when they chased down that total of 233 runs posted by Singer Sri Lanka. Right, then we do have a first bowling change. Vikum Sanjay, 27 games, best of 4 for 27. I'm just a bit surprised to see this bowling change, because the two spinners I'm a bit surprised to see this bowling change. The two spinners, they were doing a decent job. Straight away, bit of movement towards the left hand batter. Good one to start off with. Try and bowl it a little up further. Try and trouble the batter. It's been a very slow start by DFCC. We did see a similar start from Nawaloka as well.
So good to see Vikum Sanjay operating in his first over. It has been a quiet start. Early wicket for Nawaloka, putting DFCC on the back foot. 160 needed. Due to the rain, there's been a small reduction in overs, 2 overs less, 48 over game. Inside edge, very lucky not to go onto the stumps. That would have been curtains for him. Playing late, beaten for pace. So they're still above that required. They have to be after 5 overs. Have to be at 20 for the loss of 1 wicket. Chasing this target. Beautifully bowled. That will go down to the boundary as well. A bit of soccer skills coming into action. Was that a catch? Yes, that should have been taken. I feel the wicketkeeper probably going the wrong way. Another peach of a delivery. The first one swung back. This one swung away from the left hand. Cuts the outside edge. The wicketkeeper was going the long way, got the gloves to it, but just could not hold on. Unfortunately for Vikum Sanjay, life for Pawan Pathiraja. So the score has been revived. They're chasing 169 for victory. That's the score needed in a 48 over game. So every opportunity is vitally defending a small score. You cannot afford to drop chances, as they have done so far. Outside the off stump. 5 overs done, 14 for 1. So there you go. They lost Vinuksha Silva early for 1 after bowling of Tharindu Suraj. Since then, these two have managed to negotiate these first few overs. Tharindu Suraj will continue. Off spinner. Take a look at his run up, comes right arm through. Slightly different sort of an action that you would not see, not that really orthodox we may call it. And nowadays we very rarely see bowlers coming through the wicket, we call it right arm through, between the stumps and the umpire. Generally it's round. Over. This is the old fashioned way. And you could see a bit of a sort of his arm swing around before he delivers. That was good fielding on the boundary line. Did well to keep it in play. That's well bowled. Picking up a single. Pavan Patiraja is a busy player in the youngster from Sri Lanka under 19. He will just keep chipping away. Sandra Wickrama Singh is off the mark finally. He's faced 12 deliveries to get off the mark. Picks up a single. Kids playing some basketball in the background here at the basketball court at the MCA grounds. Opportunities for schools, mercantile associations or mercantile companies to come and play some basketball. Clipped away on the onside, 18 for 1 after 6 overs. So Vikram Sanjay will bowl his second. Had a bit more slingy action probably when he first went on to play for Sri Lanka. Probably a bit quicker. Bowlers Yorkers went on a tour to Australia in fact, but just fell away unfortunately. Hasn't shown that same form he had then. Just outside the off stump, left alone. Just outside the off stump. Good bounce. Again goes on the front foot. So he's bowling good line and length, Vikram Sanjay. He was probably in his younger days spreading it all over, trying to generate more pace, but lacked on accuracy. That was one of the problems he had. But you could see he's cut down on pace, and now looking to be more accurate. Should have had the wicket of Pawan Pathiraja in his last over. Goes for the short delivery. The wicket keeper appealing, but nothing on that one. That was a quick delivery from Vikram Sanjay, I'll tell you. Very good over. A maiden that one. On the mark. 7 overs done, 18 for 1. So far, Chanaka Devinder's ball 2 overs for 7. Tharindu Suraj, the wicket taker, 1 for 6 of his 3. And Vikram Sanjay, 2 overs for 4. So Vikramasinghe is on strike. Operating at the moment. Tharindu Suraj. They will want to get these runs and finish this game off. DFCC. The winner will end up in second place in this group or in the league. And the first two play. The winner will go through to the final. The loser still has another opportunity. They will play the winner of the two teams who end up in third and fourth position. So this game is crucial. A win here will give them an extra opportunity to try and make a way into the finals. going slowly at the moment. Remember, 25 overs minimum have to be played for a result in a 50 over game. We had some rain, there was a bit of a cloud cover as well. Things look much better now. Pawan Pathiraja picks his spot, and that's 4 runs, is it? The fielder put in the boot, but did that trickle onto the rope? The umpire doesn't think so. 2 runs given. So they will need, at the end of the 25 over mark, if they lost 1 wicket, they will need to be at 62. The more wickets they lose, this is going to go up. They're not chasing a big score, so it favors the bat inside now at the moment. Come back for 2 more. So 8 overs done, 24 for 1. Still 145 needed from 240 deliveries. A lot of cricket to be played. Current run rate 3.3 runs per over. Just over 3.63 to be exact is the required run rate. Vikum Sanjay will continue. So they need to get in 25 overs to get a result of this. It's an interesting battle. Goes short, called wide, probably more so that it's heading down the leg side by Nilanti Silva. He's bowling very well within himself, not trying to do too many things, keeping it very simple. Targeting that off stump line, trying to keep the runs down. Oh, bit of an inside edge. Once again, luck going the batter's way. DFCC have been lucky. A couple of inside edges of Vikum Sanjay. Has run down to the fine leg boundary for 4. First of Pathiraja, now of Vikramasinghe. Once again, late onto the shot, beaten for pace. Just so lucky that those have not crashed into the stumps. Every run is very, very important. So 30 for 1 into the 9th over. Things are going quietly at the moment. It's quite gloomy now. There is a bit of a grey cloud that is coming over the grounds. We had a bit of a rain earlier, stoppage at the lunch break. They started again, the rains came down, 2 overs reducted. Once again, there's a bit of a cloud cover. As I mentioned, need the 25 overs to finish off the game. At this rate, after 25 overs, they will need to get to 62. They certainly can get there, but getting in the overs is important. You see, have a match referee, Mr. Upali Varnapura, the brother of the late Bandula Varnapura, for Sri Lanka's Test captain. That's a good pull shot. That's spanked. 4 runs all the way. Vikum Sanjay dragged it short, but little Pavan Pathiraja picked the length up early, not afraid, and pulled it for 4. It was a good sound off the bat. He's a very gutsy player. 9 done, 34 for 1. So there you go, look at the grey crowds across the ground coming from towards the SSC side over the DSN Anaka grounds. And that's not looking too good. Nine overs, 34 for 1. Charit Rajapaksa introduced into the attack. Some medium pace, that's a top edge. But that's flown away over the wicket keeper's head. And it's gone for 6, in fact. I thought that was bounced over the ropes. But umpire Pulvavage signals a 6. Beaten for pace, went through with the shot, and very lucky that didn't go high in the air, but sailed over the wicketkeeper, sailed over the boundary. Trying to get these runs quickly, I think because of the cloud cover. That will be one of the things on the mind of the DFCC batteries. Get as many as possible. They might go for the charge. Slow delivery outside the off stump, left alone. The rains have come down. Unfortunately, the covers will come on. The ground staff here, the MCA, cover it for a while. At least we hope the rains will clear. You could see they have to bring in the covers, no doubt. The umpires have called for it. Unfortunate. 41 for 1 in the 10th over. Chasing at 169 for victory here. DFCC in an all-important game versus Nawaloka. That's the situation at the moment. Vikram Singh is on 13. Pawan Pathiraja is on 23 of 25. Looking good. It's coming down quite hard now, the rains here, as the covers have been put on. So we will see what's the situation, and we will keep you posted, hoping that we will get some play and the cloud cover will clear away quickly as possible. We'll take a look at the scorecards for now in this innings. There you go. They lost Silva early for 1, but these two have managed to spring up that partnership, 13 and 23 respectively, 4 extras in the innings. Chanaka Devi in the 2 overs for 7. Tharindu Suraj, the wicket taker, 1 for 12 of 4. Vikum Sanjay, none for 14. Should have had a wicket. Rajabaksa just 2 deliveries. He was hit for 6. 41 for 1 after 9.2 overs. We will go in for a short break, and we will come back to you with an update as soon as possible. So welcome back to the MCA grounds, and unfortunately we have some bad news here in this B division game between Nawaloka Hospitals and DFCC Bank. We had rain earlier. It was a very interesting run chase. 169 was the revised target, but the rains came down and spoiled everything. If you look at the skies now, it's very clear. It's blue skies above us, sun is shining, but unfortunately because of the wet outfield and the square, there isn't really sufficient time to continue this match. Even though the sun is out, by the time the ground is cleared, it will be overtime and not enough to proceed with the game. So the umpires have decided to call off the game for today. It was Nawaloka that won the toss early today, decided to bat first, and they didn't make much impression with the bat, and then chasing that target down. And there was a bit of rain. It was reduced to 48 overs, and thereafter 169 was the target when the rains came down, and DFCC were 41 for 1 in 9.2 overs with the two batters out there, Vikramasinghe and Pavan Pathiraja. So unfortunately that's the news here in this B division game. The group stages or the league stage is over. Sportylk will be on top of the table with winning all 3 games. We'll come back to that. This was a bit of the highlights of that innings. Pavan Pathiraja, he looked good. He was on 25 of 25. Had some luck. Vikum Sanjay was the unlucky bowler. A couple of inside edges, just missing the stumps and running down to the boundary. And these two players managed to get them to 41 for 1 before the rains came down, unfortunately, and ground staff had to cover the surface. So there you go. Nawaloka Hospitals made 171. They were all out. Not a bright batting display. Leo Francisco 58, Ravin Seya 31, Nipun Premaratna picked up 2, Devindu Kevin Denia picked up 2, Ravindu Ratnaka bowled well to pick up a wicket, and as you see, 41 for 1, Pavan Pathiraja 23 not out, Sanduru Vikramaratna 13 not out, Suraj the only wicket taker, Tharindu Suraj, to pick up a wicket for Nawaloka Hospital. So as I mentioned, Sportylk will top the group, 3 wins out of 3. DFCC will come in second. So those two will play off, and the winner will go straight to the finals. The loser will have another opportunity. They will play the winner of the match between Singha Sri Lanka and Nawaloka Hospitals. Nawaloka ended up in 3rd and Singha in 4th place. Those 2 games will be happening on the 20th of August. And of course, it will be coming to you live here on Sporty.lk. For now, it's a goodbye from here. We have a couple of games coming up in the C division. Semi-finals, one on Saturday, one on Sunday. And those 2 games will be coming to you live as well on Sporty.lk. Till then, it's a goodbye from all of us here from the MCA grounds.